Hey, good morning. This is Simon with TRADEnPERFORM Coaching. It is 12/8/2025. Man, the year's almost over. Okay, so I already put out the levels. I will post them on Twitter when I get a chance. It doesn't really matter. So the important thing is, I was asked, I got frustrated in a positive way with someone in the room last Friday. And what I'm frustrated with is they are trying very hard to get consistent and profitable, and I can't quite figure out. Um, there's always this challenge when you're working with somebody, right? There's always this challenge of how do you balance out how do you balance out how someone thinks with with what you want them to do, right? Since I can't get everyone to do it my way, right? How do you balance that out? And then as I was having conversations, there's some new gentlemen in the room, and I was thinking, well, and Bill and I have been talking. I said, well, if there's a super bar, right? What would it look like, and why would it be a super bar, right? Why would it be a super bar? So I'm going to explain that this morning. Okay. So everyone knows, hopefully in the room, what buy-in balances are. If you don't, I got an excellent example because Nate sent me one on just a couple days ago. Okay. This is some piece of software that does this, and it kind of freezes the bar. Okay. See how on the buy side, everything was, so I can't quite tell, but I think this is an up bar, right? And if you can see this, I'll make it bigger. This is showing that you had a buy-in balance to the upside. See the downside volume and the upside volume? So all the volume on the upside was an imbalance to the buy side on that up green bar. Okay, the biggest volume on the downside was 130. The biggest volume on the upside was 189. There's lots of ways to measure an imbalance. That's how these people are measuring the imbalance. You can also measure it vertically. You'll see here you had a 117 against a 152, and then the bigger buyer came up on top. And that's all cool. That's all cool when you're looking at this just like this, frozen, right? When you're looking at it frozen and you're going, hey, look at that. That's clearly an imbalance. Our brains, I'm thoroughly convinced, are not programmed to read all that and make a good decision on the fly, look at the bar, make an analysis, and decide. That's the problem with day trading, right? In swing trading, you have lots of time to set up your trade. You have a bigger stop. It's very rare in swing trading where you go, I'm just going to buy a level and I'm swinging it to the other side of the range, and you don't have time to analyze. But we don't have time to analyze here. That's the problem with day trading, right? So what the squares tell you is that there is a buy or a sell imbalance within that bar. Okay? That's what all the squares tell you. Okay, so that's step one. There's an imbalance. That's all it tells you. Now, how we know it's a stronger imbalance is, so just a blue square is an okay imbalance. Okay? If you go to a blue square with an orange square in it, it's a stronger imbalance, right? If you get a red square or a purple square, I think the green is the strongest. Blue within green, we don't get them very often. That is the strongest imbalance that we have, okay? So next, and I explained this in the video, blue is to the buy side, white is to the sell side. If you get a white bar up, right? So see this, let me find the bar. If you get okay, see this bar? How it was a white bar tells you there was a sell imbalance in there, and they closed it at the high. Okay, for now and only for now, I am ignoring that for room purposes. Okay, I'm ignoring that for room purposes. Why? It still tells me there was a strong imbalance. What that tells me is someone sold very hard. The imbalance in this bar is to the downside, and they were still able to manage to close it up above that bar. Okay, so what I want, right? So now I need to simplify it so I can think. I need to be able to think, right? And I need to be able to think quickly. So the first step is, and we will change this. I just spoke with Bill this morning. We're going to change it to one super bar where the whole signal is all in one signal. So you don't have to process two signals. And there'll obviously be a trader that's coming out with this. Sean already has it. He sent it to me. I have to test it. Okay. So as I was thinking through this person, how do I get them profitable? So this was not the first thought I had. I called them, and at first I was like, see, if you did this and you did this and you did this, but I don't think it answered the question. So what really answers the question is, Simon, what would you do to get the best trades out there if you couldn't teach anybody else? Like, let's say you got somebody that's like, man, I do not get support resistance. I don't understand the moving averages. I don't understand VWAP. I don't understand the Keltner channels. I need a bar to enter on that I can just program into my head, or if I'm under an extreme amount of stress and I just need to think about one thing, what would I do, right? So now let's follow the bouncing ball, okay? The easiest way to do it is to go, is it on the first or second bar? Sometimes it comes in on the second bar, but you'll see in the video, I started with the turn bar, and you'll notice even on trend up, right? See this here? Even on trend up, white square, circle on bar, you get a chance for an extension. Now this person came back to me and said, well, what's my target? I don't have a good answer for that other than down, right? So I don't know how else to explain that. My concern is getting you in on the trade and getting it to profitability, right? Not swinging it from one location to another. Okay, so as I'm watching this day, right, it's got to be on the turn, right? This is on the turn. A 24, I've already measured this, 24-point stop keeps you in this trade, and you get the roll to the downside, right? As I'm coming down, this is my next trade on the turn. For me, the second bar is valid. That's my next trade. Same stop. For our current process, that's not valid. Okay. This is one bar up. You're going to decide if you'd want that. That's under everything. I'm probably taking that, but for clarification's sake, you probably want more than one bar up. Then that's your bar, right? Notice where the frustration would come from, right? If you're looking long, you got no longs down here on the turn bar or the second bar. See that? Unless you're going to count this as one bar down then up, which I'm fine with, but you're not. It's just a different part of the process, right? And then I could jump back, right? I could jump back and let's go do, I don't even know what this is, 9/8 Monday, right? So I'm going to pretend like I don't wait till 9 a.m. This is my first trade. If you held it, you got stopped, right? Now I'm looking, this is the second trade. Why I don't trade it between 8 and 9 o'clock? That got stopped, right? After 9 o'clock, this is trade one. I would strongly suggest you just give up the pre-9 o'clock stuff, right? Trade two, trade three. Notice that's all above the 100 and 200. Notice I'm not getting my trades to the long side like I want here, right? Trade four, it's on the second bar there, so I would take it, same 24-point stop. Trade five, you should be done with your day by now. Like if you haven't hit your profit, something's wrong anyways, right? When you're coming over here, and that was it. Now notice, again, if you said, hey, I want to be long, this is strong support right over here, you're going to need a different method because it doesn't always show up on the bottom side, right? If I go back to, so if someone said reasonably, well, Simon, what about when we were crazy fast, right? I'm going to give this a second to load. And while it loads, I'm going to go do the same thing on ES. Okay. Here's ES. I need the exact same requirements. Okay. So this is on December 1st, Monday. This is at 8:56. Again, I would not get this, right? On the turn. Now I'm looking. This is 2 bars down. Here you get your long right there. Okay. Short entry right there. Short entry right there. Wait, did I get that right? No. That's wrong. That's divergent. Sorry. Forgive me. It's got to be white for the short and blue for the long. Sorry, that's not entry, but that is right there. Okay. Computer's thinking. Hold on a second. Did not like that. My computer did not like loading 200 days. Okay. Now I want to show you something here. If you wanted to do the contra, meaning the other way, so this is hard. This is not as easy as it sounds, right? I've already shown you the easy way, right? Blue bar, white bar, blue bar, long, long, long. Okay, that's into Asia, obviously, right? If you look on Friday on this chart, right? Here's Friday morning. I think ES needs a 6-point stop on a 6-tick candle to keep you in the highest percentage of trades that win. You can do it with it, or you got to go the other way and use a very tight stop. One of the two. Okay. So here's Friday. Okay. So obviously I don't think anyone's trading at 8:30, so I'm not going to worry about it. So a little different, right? So you need, these don't qualify, right? You got to remember white for short. I'm going to need to write this down for myself today. I'm just going to have to change it to one algo because I'm having a hard time with the white and the blue myself. Okay. So this is your short. It goes, if you look, I put a 6-point stop on there. So that's 906. That trade works and rolls to profitability. Okay. This is a stop. Okay. This is profitable. And I'll show you. I calculated it to see what it took for most trades. 6 points on ES is $300. So that's 76. That barely made it by the hair of its chinny chin chin, by a tick, but it made it, right? And your maximum favorable excursion there was 87. Okay. That is a stop in the afternoon. This was Friday when it went into chop. That's a stop. That's a stop. There's nothing I can do about that when it goes into chop, and that's a win. So here's how you solve this problem. Here's how you solve this problem. I'm going to tell you right now. If you need the absolute best trade, right? You say, I want to lose money as little as possible, Simon, as little as humanly possible. It has to be the turn bar. Does everyone understand that? There's only one way to do it. It has to be the turn bar. Is that confusing to anybody? It has to be the turn bar. Okay? It will still stop sometimes. It has to be for the short, the white, it has to be a white square behind it. And for the long, it has to be a blue square behind it. Has to be. Okay? I will program it 3 different ways. Okay? One will be on the turn only. One will be on the turn or second bar only. And one will be anywhere, right? Anywhere the thing appears, it will take the trade. You're going to have to be on your tippy toes to trade that one. Okay? And I'll show you why. But I'm going to go back now, and I'm going to go back to higher volatility. Actually, I shouldn't have to go back too far. We just had it last month. Where are we ripping down? That's what I want to go find. Here, this is trend down day. Okay? Obviously, you can see very wild, very fast ranges, right? So go look at what you would have taken. Let's go to 9 o'clock. And we're going to do bar 1, bar 2. Okay? So here's 9:02, 9:03 a.m. Has to be a turn bar. This is long 1. That is correct, and it's a stop. I'm saying it's a stop. I know it went to profitability, but you'd have known it was going to get crushed in order to scale it. Otherwise, you'd have been trying to get an extension, right? This is bar 2 for the short. This only got 1 bar up, so you had to be very confident to take that trade, okay? Bar up. I'm actually going to go with a stop on that because I don't think I would have scaled it even at 2 points. This is on bar 2. That's profitable. Entry, profitable on that blue square right there. Remember, you're only at 10 o'clock. Valid short entry. Oh, well, yeah, there's a dot on it. Valid short entry. Valid long. No, not valid long. Sorry. Valid long on the second bar up there. Bar 2 is the second bar in the opposite direction. I'll show you. So it would be this bar right here is valid. Is that what you're asking me, Brian? Oh, turn bars. You've had at least 2 bars down, if not 3. The white bar there is the turn bar. So this is bar 2 of the turn. Okay. So then, like over here, this is the turn bar. It shows up on bar 2. It doesn't matter why everyone's doing that, right? This is not a valid entry. Has to be white. That's not a turn bar. That's only 1 bar down. So here's the next question that's going to come up. That's a valid long right there. Okay. So here's the next question that's going to come up. Valid short. Here's the next question that's going to come up. Okay. Well, Simon, what about all our other algos? So the whole point behind this conversation is to simply say, if someone came to me and said, I need a method I can process in my head that'll get me to profitability, right? And I have the same exact problem. I'm going to try and do only this today, right? Which will probably end up costing me money, but that's what I'm going to do. Okay. But if I did only this and I should be able to go to any day, start at 9 o'clock, and by 11 o'clock, I should be able to be profitable. Let's go find out on this day. Here's 9 o'clock. I'm just picking them randomly because I don't know what happened on these days. Here's 9 a.m. Okay. For me, right? Trade 1. Okay, so here's where you're going to have to make a decision, right? If you get trade 1 and trade 2, you're just going to have to decide what to do there. I don't have an elegant solution for that. Okay, I'm going to probably be in on trade 1, realistically. Okay, stop. Trade 2. So let's say I made $400 here. Let's say I didn't hold it, right? But you made some kind of profit, right? It didn't stop you out. Unless you just, the only way this screwed up is if you flipped, and I suggest whichever way the algo comes first is the way you take it. In other words, don't take this, stop it out and flip around and go long. I have not seen that succeed very well. So once I take the trade, it's stop or profit. Okay, stop, long, turn bar, long. That's profitable. Okay, I'm telling you where the problem's going to come in. Someone's going to look at that bar and go, I think that's a perfect short, and it's not going to have a square on it, right? Same thing with the long over here. You're not going to have anything to help you out in this situation. This survives to a profit, to a potential profit, but if you didn't recognize you're in trend up, you're going to eventually get stopped out on that. No trades through all of this, right? So I want you to see the blue dots, right? We're in trend up. The blue dots are lifting, right? So your next trade is here. Barely goes to a profit, but it does. Short. Oh, that's Asia already, right? Go back a little bit further. I know I'm spending a lot of time on this. I have a reason behind it. Okay, I want y'all to realize here, I'll just stop on this day at 9 a.m., whatever that is. Here's 9 o'clock. I'm going to start trading. Okay, this is my first trade on this methodology, right? Do I survive my 24-point stop? Entries, let's just call it 25, 35, 45. Let's just call it 50 for easy math. And you can see we survive that and you get paid. Notice this is against the trend too. Trade 2, trade 3. You should be able at this point, if you're at 10 o'clock and you're trading even half a contract, you should be going, I've gotten to my profitability for the day. I'm good. If you want to keep trading, I've got no problem with it. There's trade 4, right? Let's see if we get stopped out if we keep going. Stop. You had to scalp out of that. You went supernova. You're either going to get stopped or you had to take a couple points here. Paid. And notice I'm doing this, right? I'm not even looking where support resistance is. I'm not even, look, here's the trap, guys. That is the first hour low, right? We satisfied the IB. So now reverse it, right? So let me show you how it gets more complex, right? See that? We traded underneath. I had a very heavy seller underneath here. See that? Now, a buyer came in and got overwhelmed to the sell side, right? That was an upside imbalance that was divergent, okay? So what am I going to say now? I'm going to go, that's a trap, right? What am I looking for? This right here, and see ya. They're taking it the other way now, right? They're going to take that the other way, okay? That is why I'm showing this. That is the strongest algo I have. That's it. I don't have anything more. If you need something stronger than that, in terms of one bar, one algo, one entry, I can't do better than that. I don't think there is something better than that unless I start adding options to the mix, right? Which is not nearly as easy as I thought it would be, right? I've been working on it. It's just not easy. Okay, so that's my 2 cents. I don't know what else to, I don't know how else to enhance that trade, right? I don't know how else to enhance that trade. And if I can't get you profitable on that, the realistic scenario is I can't get you profitable, not day trading on one bar, right? So that's what I'm focused on. And the reason why I'm focused on it is I got frustrated and I went, and the frustration happened to coincide with what work Bill and I were doing. And I just could go anywhere on this chart. This is a full 200 days ago, whatever this is right here. I'll just pick 9 o'clock. Okay. A full 200 days ago. Here's 9 a.m., right? I don't even know what day this is. April 30th, right? We were pretty high volatility. Short, long, long, it's on the turn. Long, it's on the turn. Long, it's on the turn. Short, on the turn. It's on the turn. It's probably a stop because you probably would have tried to get an extension. I don't know about this. I'm going to call that long on the turn. I picked this day randomly. I had no idea it would work out like this. Second bar up. We're clearly in trend, right? Short. And like I said, if you're not profitable by then, I don't know what else that I could possibly come up with that would get it. And all I want, look, I don't care how many people are in the room, it just doesn't matter to me. I don't care, right? I do care about getting people to profitability, right? So there are going to be times when you're going to go, that's my perfect short, and you're not going to get the signal, right? There's going to be times where you see me go, I'm short right here, right? That's not off process for me, by the way. I'm just willing to accept the loss if I have the read, okay, on that bar right there, okay? There'll be times when I'm long right here and just scalp out of it. It may frustrate you, right? So your plan until you put capital in your account is that, 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 stop. That was 8:20 in the morning. No one would have traded it. Get past all this crap. 9:15. Short, long, short. That's also long there. Unless you're going to just stay with the short, doesn't matter to me. That's out of a tweezers. I'd probably take that one because we're trending. No bars down. Short. Miss the long, right? I'd be going, hey, that's right off the 200. We're trend day up. No signal, right? Even worse, short signal. Okay, so stop, paid. If I took this in the channel, I'm stopped. I wouldn't do that over the 200. Second bar up, that paid you. Second bar up, that paid you. But you're already paid even with the stops over New York lunch. Is that confusing to anybody? So what that's different than is I'm still running the star down, dot up, right? And I will probably change it. But for today, I am running TMP beta long, close above the 100 with slope. I am running that. I'm also running the over under 100, 200, but I will convert everything to this, right? Why? Because I'd be an idiot not to, right? It's just obvious, right? It's just totally obvious, even with stops. It's totally obvious. And then if you can put together direction and location, right, you're going to get it. You will get it. Okay, you're going to go, oh, that's where I wanted to be short. Oh, that's where I wanted to be long, right? Like this for me, we're under the 100, under the 200. I'm looking for the short. I'm looking for the short, right? I'm going to be aggressive on those trades. That's after hours. Okay. So if no one has any questions, I care about all of you. There's no one in my room that's just come in and been like a 5-dayer, prove to me you can make money in 5 days kind of deal. Okay. There's been no one in this room that I know of that's come in and tried to just and has not worked hard. Okay, that's the word I would use. Has not worked hard to be consistently profitable. There's no one, okay, who has done that. I already put out this over the weekend. I put out this ES chart, so you should all have it, right? I'm going to change this. It's already okay. And yes, it works off the 40 tick. Is the 40 tick as well if you're looking for swing locations. Okay. There's no one in the room that hasn't worked hard. I want nothing would make me happier than to see someone making millions and millions of dollars off of this. And that is actually possible, right? You have to build and stack your accounts. Okay? Build and stack your accounts. This should make it more relaxing. You know which bar is going to go. And yes, I took this bar this morning, right here, long, right? I took that bar long this morning. Don't turn it into, oh, that must be resistance on the backside test. Just make it simple, right? Make it pure and simple for what you want to accomplish and take it from there. Let the first half hour go. You've got nothing to gain. Why is this chart doing this? There we go. Sorry, it was this bar. Yeah, right there, 735. You literally have nothing to lose by following the process. Go and prove me. Go take the chart, right? I posted these charts. Go and prove to me. You're like, hey, Simon, this doesn't work. Look where I get my butt kicked. This is 10 stops in a row. You probably can find it on true trend day, atomic, nuclear button down type of days. But most days you're going to be profitable. If you will keep working that, remember, 4,000 is $1 million a year. You have to average out to the numbers, right? 4,000. 2,000 is $500,000. 1,000 is 250. 500 is 125,000, and that means 300 a day is about $62,000 to $70,000 a year. Okay, that's what it is. Those are what the numbers are. Okay, so I would encourage you. Did Globex high move, or is this where we were at off the open? No, Globex high is in the same place. Did not move. So we're above Globex high and we're testing, right? Here's, you can see ES and NQ are not matching. I'm keeping it simple, right? So see this point of control underneath this blue dot? I'd go, oh, that could fall away, right? But try to do it in your head. Imagine it in your head, right? Think it through in your head. That is a harder trade. I would wait for that, right? I would wait for that. I wouldn't stay long against it, but I would wait to execute that trade. Just do it one direction. The trader assist for this should be out in the next day or two. Okay, and then sit there and write and go, okay, well, Simon says I want to be long over the 100 and 200, but now he's giving me this, well, if I get it on the turn and I'm above the 100 and 200, I want to short. Market is a complex place, okay, and there's more than one way to prepare the meal, okay? If you want to be in the direction of the 100 and 200, that's the absolute simplest way, right? I'm all right taking my stops after having gone through and tested this thoroughly, right? And I will call out and point out every trade I'm taking that's in the direction of, and we will go from there. I did not look if there's econ, so I will look if there's econ. No joy. Zero. Somebody from the ECB speaks at 9 o'clock. Trump talks on a round table at 1 o'clock. I will not be here for that. It's my wife's birthday. I'm taking her to lunch. And that's that, right? So again, I would strongly encourage you to prove me wrong, right? I will listen if you can prove me wrong, right? I will listen. Okay. So, anyways, that's my 2 and 3 cents about that, and we just go from there. That tells me there was a very strong seller into that low. If I get a point of control over this point of control, we probably go up, right? How do you have to trade that? It's a 33.50 and it's still a 24-point stop. Okay, and no, I'm not taking that. I will make my points of control bigger. The way you make your points of control bigger is you go to analysis, studies, find your draw TMP algo. It's ID 30. Go to settings, go to subgraphs, change it to white. I think white's easier to see. The yellow kind of comes translucent. Now they're all big. Okay. On ES, this is a 6 tick. That was the short entry. Okay. Here's an example where you got the POC shift and it failed. That's minus 24 if you took that. I did not. All right. I won't be touching this. As a matter of fact, give me just a second. I need to make sure my gate's open. And I'll be right back. Oh, and here's an example of the short where you beat the POC. Once you get underneath them, it falls away. If you look at ES is at a new low from overnight, right? And is actually flat on the day versus NQ. So they don't match, right? Which isn't unusual for a Monday anyways. See the pressing down on NQ, trying to grab the short. There's the shift over. Pretty lackadaisical open. Trap back below Globex low. Under the 100, under the 200. White square, white bar. No, I did not short that. Coming into nothing really. This is where we had Globex low, the European Globex low area. We had support between 84 and 60. This is exactly why I wouldn't trade contra to it unless you're absolutely certain you were in support. Just trade with the direction that it's in. A weird open drive lower. Someone must be speaking. Got me. What an odd opening. ES is obviously trending down, and Q is obviously trending up. Someone's going to win, someone's going to lose. Don't know who that is. Just keep your hat on tight, see what comes up with what. Remember, it's people have had a pretty good year. Like, I don't think they're under pressure to do anything, right? Just keep that in mind. So remember, it's blue for long, white for shorts, right? Orange square, circle on bar, down. Now, how much down? I don't know. It's pretty choppy, right? We're right on. This is the point of control from Asia. Excuse me. This is the point of control from European session open. Okay. From the first hour. Thank you, Sean. No, that's not right. This will take just a second. I'm updating my chart. This algo so I can test it. Goes into Asia lows 20 control, target back to the 25,796, and back above. That's a European trap location. Notice before you get emotional, right, about it, we're still making higher highs, higher lows. We haven't taken out the low from Friday. We haven't taken out the true Globex low. Um, we're just messing around in the middle of this support area right here, right? And in that balance, right? So remember, there was a big balance here. So in order to be short, you got to get below 25,690 and hold underneath to test lower, right? So you can get myopic in your view, and you don't want to do that. You want to stay and go, okay, where's my bigger picture? Highs, 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 highs. The only high we're underneath is this one over here. We're back testing all of this. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, it's pretty normal in the market. It's also Monday, right? So just have a reasonable expectation of what your trading will bring. And we're in the first half hour, right? So you don't have to do anything, right? There's no rule that says, oh, you must do, right? That's not in our rules package, right? Must do is not in the rules package, right? So what we know, you can write in your journals, right? We have kind of sloppy trading conditions. The market's not coming out very strong in favor of one side or the other. ES and NQ do not match, right? I want you to write that down. ES and NQ do not match. When they don't match, you tend to get choppier price action. And ultimately, at the end of the day, if you took your signals, right? So we can practice even if we're not going to trade in the first half hour, right? So go through and see what the signals were and just start with on the turn, right? So on the turn, trade one, trade two. That's all you got on the turn right now, right? That's it. They were both in alignment with what we discussed and profitable, right? So, and any longs that fired, it was at 733 was the last long, and it was also profitable, right? We just want to keep up with how we're trading on ES. You actually have a valid short on ES there. The stop is 6 points from the low of that bar. 75, so it would be 60, 75, 81 would be the stop to keep you in that trade. That's 6 points. That's the stop that you need to make sure that you stay in that trade. After on the examples I had, here was your short at 7:55. Here was your long at 5:30 in the morning. And here, no. Oh, excuse me, not on process. On process for a scalp. On process for a trade and or a scalp. And then this is on process. White with blue. I'm gonna have to just change that so it's one bar. It's just my brain scrambles that, but I will get it fixed. Okay. And you can keep that way you can keep up, right? So when you're under no pressure, right? Under no pressure, you can train your brain to go, what am I going to do? How am I going to take these trades so that I end up being okay, right? And then measure your size against how much you want to lose. If $500 is too much to lose per contract, right? Which is what the stop is, go to 5 micros. That's 250. If 250 is too much, go to 3 micros, right? Adjust it to the size that you can handle trading so that you can execute properly and build up your confidence and your skills. And all the other algos still work. I've got nothing against the other algos. Just if I have someone struggling in the room, right, I got to get them to a base point where I go, okay, do this. You should come out okay. Where I can tell them that, and I know that they'll come out okay. Like everyone in this room has my phone number, right? They can call up and go, you said this, Simon, and it didn't happen, right? So, okay, let's do that, right? Notice when you don't have momentum, remember how I talked about in the middle of the channel, but see how we don't have any speed? This doesn't work on speed, it just stuffs it, right? There's your short 75. You've worked your way down to 73.50. And then in order to know where it's going, you're going to have a greater sense of what the range is possible. That's why I don't have a target per se, other than, obviously 1 to 1, 2 to 1, 3 to 1. Anyone can say that, right? But if you said right now, Simon, where's your target? It's Globex low, 25,701. That would be my target there on ES. It would be now, right? We're going to bust that 72 to get to 68.66, and there's a naked point of control from the hourly at 68.63. That would be, but I have no idea if the market's going to actually cooperate with me and do those things, right? My highest level of certainty is on the entry, not on the exit. We're under the 100 and under the 200, which technically puts very short-term sellers in overall control. When we're trending up, we're obviously over the 100 and 200. You white bar down if that prints. No squares, no circles so far. Just choppity chop chop. Now you have a white square and you'll have an orange bar if that prints 61 1/4. It's not, it is 903, so I would take that. I will. 61 1/4. Stop 86. That's where my stop is sitting. Do I like it? Nope. But that's what I said I would do. And with my luck, the way the first trade always goes is usually a stop. But that's all right. I know the process overall works, so I'm not worried about it. One bar down, two bars down. So from 61 so far, we've worked 49. Take a small scale here at 49. The next scale will be 43. And then manage out the way you want to manage it out. So 2 bars in your favor. Again, I don't think we're in a bullish market or a bearish market. So you just got to manage out the way you see appropriate for the trade, right? Was that in alignment with what I explained this morning, guys? Brian, Jason, everyone, anyone? Did that make sense why I took that short? It's 903. Okay. Now, I don't know what the target is on that, so you're gonna have to manage off the risk, right? But I know if you took one contract there at 61, you got to $200 on one contract. And that's pretty much what I care about, right? Because if I can get you, or if you took 5 micros, you're at $100, right? Either way, I'm going to work you to somewhere between $300 and $1,000 is my goal, and I want you to average out at over 300 a day or better, right? But that's for small traders with smaller size. I just want you to get to your P&L, and that's with me. Like if I look at the market right now, I don't like anything about it, right? Like we're just chopping and balancing, right? If we're in a fast market with wide ranges, I might go, hey, I'm taking 20, 30, 60, right? But I don't see anything here, right? It's as a matter of fact, the VIX must be getting crushed because there's just nothing of substance on the movement of the market, right? It's just going slow. Maybe we're just balancing into the Fed on Wednesday. I don't know. By the way, the day before Fed, and I am trading tomorrow, the day before Fed interest rate tends to be choppy as heck. Okay. So far, 2 bars below, or about 12 points is the best you've been able to get on that. And again, I don't have any control over the size of the rotation, the speed of the rotation, right? Obviously, what you want it to do is go bam, 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 and fall away, but I don't always get that. And again, NQ and ES just do not match. If I can get that 43 to print, I'll have my next scale. And if you don't like the trade or you just want to be out, everyone knows where the flatten button is. It's profitable. Come on, 43. 5 points away. You can do it. $43. So I've gotten roughly 10 and 15 just off the top of my head. I'm not going to do the math because I suck at it, but 10 and 15. So however you chop that up, if you did 3 minis, you've got 2 off. That's 200 and 150, so 350. If you still have risk on one, you got to decide if you want to move your stop to break even or how you want to manage the trailer, right? And if you want to leave the original trailer there and says it just goes or it stops on balance at the original stop, I actually think that's the better one over time, but I may be proven out wrong once we do the math on it. And I have not moved down my stop. I'll take the stop on balance. I'm going to try taking another scale there at 37. And then I'll be left on a trailer. And I will let that one stop out. Or unless I get a reversal signal. And 37 done. That's white bar, white square. So the way I would work my stop on that is if I get a point of control over now, I'll close out my balance. Okay, so if I get a point of control over 27.49, right? If I get a point of control over, I will close out the trade. And so you can move your stop to break even because if the trade got back to 61, you'd have a point of control over. Okay, so I just figured that out right now. But yeah, so stop to break even on balance and close out the trade manually if the point of control shifts above or the tag 61 gets tagged, either way. Does that make sense, guys? Is that confusing for anybody? Need a further explanation? I don't think we're going to be able to program that point of control shift for the closeout, but on the trader assist. This should make it easier for everyone to get to profitability, to get those funded accounts funded and paid, right? To get your cash accounts to paid. Just don't overload on the leverage, right? Keep it small, build it up, build your confidence. You know, you would think it would be obvious. We've had this for a while, but sometimes it just takes a while to put all the pieces together in someone's head, right? My stop's still at break even now, and I'll just let it ride. Targeting down towards that 25,701. Notice your ES short entry there is still rolling. Your entry would have been 75. We're currently at 68. The algo should have absolutely nothing on it. Correct. And this, what time did this start at? Missed it by a minute, or it would have been short right here, but that's all right. This is only in beta completely. And that's another tester that we're running off the 1 minute. And you now have 30 points on the trade. That's $600 a contract, right? Or more. Or $30 per micro. $60 per micro. It's pretty good. Joyce, are you in the room this morning? You are. Good. Did this all make sense the way I described it? Hey, Peter, by the way, this works great on the higher time frames, brother. On the 40 and 60 ticks, and on the ES, the 12 ticks and 8 ticks for the swings. And if no one minds, I'm going to step away from this and show y'all really quick. The way this turns is when you're in a down market. Here, you will flip from the whites on top, and all of a sudden you'll get over the whites, and all of a sudden, see it here, every blue above this structure will start lifting you up. See that? See all that? So you'll get these whites pounding to the downside, right? So see, this is off of, I don't know if you can hear me, Peter. Peter, are you in the room right now, or are you trading? You may be trading. But this is huge. When you get them, look at the turns out of support are really big. You have to be willing to handle the heat that comes against it. I mean, it's a big bar, right? But it gives you some really big, ginormous rolls on this trade. So I'll probably run that with, I will run that with options. It does stop, but you got to be sensitive. You got to have the range. See, if you don't have the range, that won't work, right? But if you have the range, man. So slow. That's a valid long. I didn't take it. I may be upset that I didn't. If you want to take it, that's fine. It's a good reason to cover your trailer, and I will just flat out at 35. But that's a valid long signal. It's 43 to 23 to 18. So your stop would be down here. I'm going to focus on the ones on the turn when I'm against momentum. But that is what I said was valid, first or second bar. Just so grindy. It gives me pause when we're like this. I feel like I'm just throwing, like no one's doing anything. I did not take that long, by the way. It has, did it stop? It looks like it just stopped. Did 18 tick? I think it did. We'll count that as that would be a stop. That. I really do not like how slow we are, but we'll see. Logical place to hit is that Globex low. The trap would occur if you needed a trap point, 25, 762, and above Globex low on ES, which would be 68.72. And that may have or may not have stopped. We're going to count it as a stop. And now it definitely would have stopped. So there you have it. And there's nothing magical, 25, 7, 18 at all. And mark off your, this is your IB. Nope, this is your IB low. Coming up on the first hour. You're at the bottom of the range now. All the way down to 25, 680. Newsarama. Down she goes. Again, this will be the hard part for me with the squares. Um, Taking it on the, when they present themselves, taking it on the turn. So you have 4 minutes. You're going to have IB high and low set up. I think this would have taken one trade. Yep, and got stopped. That's all right. That's exactly what I wanted to see. 10, 5, 5, 20 contracts. That's right. So that's good. So see that the trader assist would have taken that if I left it, if it was live. So I have it on bar one, bar two. That is correct. This is probably your IB low right over here. That'll become your trap point. See how the pace just slowed way down? Make sure your intensity isn't too high, or that you've slowed way down. Also notice the bars with the blue circles within the column underneath tend to fall away underneath that 100 and 200 until you get to the turn, right? So that one lifted. I'm just pointing out the bars. I didn't take any of that, right? I'm just pointing out the bars. I have a limit to short 25,707 and a quarter. Stop is 27.32. And as you've seen, they can stop. And normally, what I would say is I hate how slow it is, and we're just hovering around, and there's no MOBO one way or the other. I'm just going to follow the algo. It's exactly what I said beforehand. So I was on the turn bar. It's a short for me. It has nothing to do with my comfort level. And obviously, the goal would be to take out IB low. Just so you can keep up with it. That's the starting point of the trade. And I will attempt a quarter scale at 97. And then I'll do my next scale at 92. And then I'll see if I can let it run. Those are the two scales I've set. And that goes, I'd go 10, 15, 20, 25, or 10, 15, 20, 30, or you just manage out the trade however you want. That's I'm going to take my initial scales if I can get them. It's normally we have a faster market. It's bam, bam, right? So we're just going to have to let them negotiate it on through. Ooh, I didn't get a fill. Did anybody else? It touched, but it didn't fill. on. Wow, that's not very nice. So normally what I'd say is this should be an easy scale, right? So you're just going to have to decide if you have enough patience to let the trade ride out or not. I am because, well, I said I was going to do that. There we go. Got it. Scale one off, not moving stop. Again, if you're trading one contract, it's 200 bucks. If you're trading half a contract, it's 100 bucks so far. And then you just got to make a decision. I'm trying to get away from, I don't like the way this feels type of trading, which I've grown up on, because I can just see that I'm, you know, yeah, it's not it's not the easiest way to, it's just gotten more mechanical. So I'm just going to go with the mechanical part of it. Go, the trade stops or it pays. And this is IB low on ES. High odds we hit that. Who would have thought that getting a fill 5 points away on NQ would be like an effort? But it is. Oh, because we're right on that naked volume point of control. Come on, just hit it. Just tap, tap, tap it. There we go. Got it. So I've got 10 and 15, or 10 and 17, whatever that is. Now my, okay, so now you gotta make a choice. You either can scale down, close on a reversal, close it out, or just bring your stop down to break even and see if you can get it to tag that 25,659, which is what I'm going for. And the reason why is if we get to the 707, we'll get above two white bars down, and that's generally not good. Okay, so that's what I'm that's what I'm yeah, working towards. And I would have on May if I wasn't doing it this way, I would have just closed the trade out when I saw how slow it was. I just go doink, I'm done. This sucks. Instead, I'm going to try and keep it as mechanical as I possibly can on this. I think long, long. Oh, because it took the long on one bar. Now I see what the problem is. What you were saying about that. So I didn't end up with the short because I was in the long. Okay, I would have wanted to flip that. And that's why you were asking me if I wanted more than one bar down. So the answer would be that I will write my notes and think about it. Is everyone okay? Is this operating the way I described that it would operate in the open? Is there any conflicts? Okay. Okay, Bill, that still makes sense. But you got your money off of it, right? Interesting. Oh, wait, there's something wrong in one of the settings. I know what happened. Sean sent it to me the other day. Let me see what he said. Sean. Sean said, he said, Sean said, make sure your mode 2 is set to 1 second. And then it says, looks like you're showing shorts on your long chart also. Unhide ID8 and ID9 if you want to see them. On the chart you sent me, not the one you're looking at. Hold on, it was. Okay, so he wrote, inside trader change IN47 to points instead of ticks. That should fix the chart. I had the same problem. I had the same problem on that, Bill. So look on IN47, see if it says set to points or ticks. I'll forward that to you. Okay, that's sent. So now from an '07, you have 30 points, $600 contract. And I gotta tell you, I'm pretty close to wrapping this bad boy up for the morning. It is hard for me to maintain my focus when it's this slow, and pretty much everything we've done has been good today. Does anyone disagree with that? Not the shutting down, but everything we've had has been pretty good, wouldn't you say? Like, especially considering how slow it is. Where the heck is? Yeah. Joyce, I take it you set nice and tight because you wanted the longs, which is totally fine. I'd be satisfied on both ES and NQ. I'm going to show y'all something crazy that I just did. I do not encourage anyone to do this. I'm going to share it on. Hold on. This is the first day I've done it. I've been playing with this thing. Slack. Share with. If you have a gambling problem, you should not do this. Okay, so see if it popped up there. Did it? So this is Kalashi. It's a that like poly market, right? So I was betting that the QQQ by 11 a.m. would close above 25,630. It was trading at 25,620. That's QQQ, not NDX, right? So when we broke IB low, I bought it for $2.50. And as soon as it popped back up here, I sold it for $8.35. That's like a 300% return. So obviously I didn't put any real money on it. And I don't know how much it's actually pretty illiquid. I don't know how much I can put down, but that's crazy. It's really cool. Um, how that works. Like it just lined up perfectly to do that. So I just think it's really cool. I'm just playing with it. I don't know how thick the market is or otherwise, and I'll keep pushing. This is the first. That's the first time I've run it on this thing. I've been doing college football on it, and I'm not trading the football game. I'm trading the movement in and out of the game itself. So if I look now, that same contract is now. So now it's going to go out at zero, right? It's just 11 a.m. and it went out at 25,625. So it went from $2.50 to $8.35 to zero in just that 2 minutes. Like that's nuts how that market moves. But if you can I think if we can trade our process off of this, right? If we can trade our process off of this, that's another opportunity to rake in more capital, is my guess. So we'll see. It was fun at either rate. Obviously, it's nothing right now, but conceptually it is. Like the highest I've put in here, and this is on football, was $100 so far. And again, like what I'm doing is when I see the spreads change, like you take the most favored team, right? Let's say coming into the game with 70% odds of winning straight up. I wait till the other team scores and usually drops to like 20, it usually drops to 50, 60, 40%. I go long there and I just play the odds that Vegas sets. And usually, like it rebounds. All you have to do is spread your capital evenly so that you don't want to do all or none. You just want to spread them out evenly so that so you don't blow up on one trade, right? So at any rate, it's just an experiment. I'm just very fascinated by it. That's all. So we've come into the 25,640 here, which was the Asian. Why do I have 25,640 marked off again? What was that? What was 25,640? 25,640 is the point of control from the first, from Asia Open on Thursday going into Friday's session. That's why that is there. Thanks to Ed, I have it marked off properly. Anyways, I thought that was cool. It'd have been cooler if I put up $200. That'd been 835. But I put up, I put up what I put up, and that's good. I don't know how thick the market is on Kalashi. That's the only problem. But that was awesome. That's better than options. Obviously, you're trapped now, so think. Your trap now is above 25,650, right? We have this naked point of control at 25,599. Another 24-hour low at 25,580, which would set up as your next trap. Okay, in ES, you have, sorry, I did the same chart. Okay, so you have a 24-hour low at 68.56. So doing it Atom style, the trap would come back above on a close back into 68.56 for a trip to the other side of the range, hypothetically. Or we take out 68.3650, trap there, come back up, and you generally have a support area down there. And that's why I said I was worried about this whole balance area, just being able to sweep up and down. So, but I thought we did very well for how slow it was. Again, this is a point of control shift at the bottom there. So if you're going to speculate, that's a place to speculate, right? But you got to be willing to take your licks on those trades if you do that, right? So that's that. That's just all there is to it. And that you got to be able to take it in the direction of, in my opinion. You do it the other way and you're begging for pain. That's, especially if you're trying to get it just consistent, that's what I would do. But I wouldn't stay short against that bar, that's for sure. And there's your blue bar up. So the first one stopped over here on ES. But if you go back and look, those tend to work in a general sort of way. Okay? Those tend to work in a general sort of way. It's on the third bar up. Okay, and what you want to see usually on the reversals is to get the white bars down near the low. So by the way, this is just a side note. Let me show you. What you generally want to see for the best reversals is, okay, see how you're getting the white squares down? You want to get the white squares down somewhere near your low. And now you're looking for the blue squares up. So not quite here. It didn't quite do it there, but it's close. Like that. Well, I guess we were into the last hour, but normally what you want to see is, well, maybe I'm wrong. You want to see him come back with, see this? Say he came back with all these white squares down like that. Now those blue squares are going to launch. So that's what you're looking for off to the right, I guess, when they come up, right? Is you want to see them press and then get the blue squares above. Just like see up here, you're getting the blue squares up. And then when you get the white squares underneath them, right? So in general, if you're going to say, oh, where are they? These guys press to the upside, right? And I want my white squares down underneath. And then you would say the opposite over here. You go, I want my white down bars. Now, Bill, why did this look cleaner when we looked at it the other day? Because it's just really blue bar on the turn. It looks like this. See that? You get that blue bar up, way up high. And now you want your white squares down. Will usually fall away. I guess it did. It held. That's still the correct thesis. You just want to catch them in the hole like that. I guess this is what we were looking at here. See that, where you get them all down low like that, and then you get the blue ones, and it's see ya. It's over. So kind of like that picture right there. Anyways, we will learn more as we go forward. Does anyone have any questions? Because otherwise... Yeah, I agree. I agree. But what do you do like when you're over here? So I don't disagree with what you're saying, right? But when you go back, right? If you're going back over here, let's find it down. So, well, you got it here. And then you get the blues up, worked. But chart settings, 50 days. Let's see if we can get them. So let's find down. Here's down, up, that's Asia. Here's down, US session. So you're clearly getting, okay, this idea at least worked here. See that? You're getting all the white bars down. See that? White, 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 white. They've gone supernova, certainly over here, right? Now blue, 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 blue. Yeah, that's pretty much what you're looking for. All right, I'll post a picture of that with the date on it. Would you agree with that, Bill? Or are we still not on the same page on that? I'm going to see how much money I can shove down these guys' throats because I think I have a real edge on this Kalashi thing. That's pretty crazy. $2 into 8. So next I'll do it with, let's just try 25 and see if I can do 25 to 100. Okay, I agree. Anyone else have anything else? I'm open to answering any question you have. I've turned off my trading domes. I did okay, not great, but it was a good first day and everything worked pretty well. I skipped one trade, which was the long that stopped. That's it. Okay, guys, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna go have lunch with my beautiful wife. I'll be back later this afternoon, and Yeah, we'll just go from there. All good.
almost there. Keep it up. Keep on them. We're winning this one.